Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're finally back. We're finally back. And tonight we're going to be continuing with our Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy playthrough. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. If you've never seen an Ace Attorney game, it's sort of a visual novel, investigation, high drama kind of thing. Lots of comedy, lots of parody kind of stuff going on. But still, lots of fun. Lots of fun. Before we get further into that, though, let's check in with the cats. We do have Ember up top. We have Sky upper left. We had one of them passing. Oh, there's Sammy. Sammy's passing through lower left. She actually hangs out in that area a lot when she's off camera. I guess you could say that visually over there, Lucas. I guess you could say that visually. At least from what you can see. Let's see here. Oh no, we'll let you make the call here. There you go. Your call, I guess. Let's see. For the week, we are going to be doing 2 of our Ace Attorney streams. See how far we get into that. Tomorrow, we're going to be experimenting with something. It's been a while since I have, but we're going to try to get into some coding. We're gonna take a look at the Godot engine. I have messed with Unity. There are some things I don't like about Unity, even setting aside the recent controversies. Like there are just aspects to it that are cumbersome for me. I do not know if Godot is going to be much better. I do prefer to do my coding in an actual IDE. Catch me if you can. That sounds familiar, actually. I think I have seen Catch Me If You Can. But I don't recall it. I don't recall really anything about it other than I believe somebody who is like hopping identities and being pursued by the law. Sip a beverage here. There we go. But yes. So coding tomorrow. Leonardo DiCaprio, I think I recall from that. I didn't recall Tom Hanks being in it, but I know that Leonardo DiCaprio was. Now that you've reminded, like that scans. We're still going to be having our Monster Hunter and Pal World collabs Friday and Saturday, respectively. That is that is an interesting power there, Isaiah. That is an interesting capability. With that said, let's switch over here. What's that? Switch on that. Switch on this. That Ace Attorney music going. So far, a good day. The skeleton hurts, but the day is otherwise good. We're gonna load in. We got through the first trial, the tutorial trial, when we last played. So we're picking up with a fresh one. Just good opportunity for those of you that haven't seen it. And let's refresh this one more time because it's not doing what it's supposed to. There it goes. There it goes. Trying to make sure that the TikTok chat shows up in my feed here. I can still see it even if it doesn't show up in the feed, but it's more convenient if it's in the feed. As long as we draw a breath, the wheel turns. And I guess somebody gets hit by a car. That looked like... Huh? Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. When the wheel stops... A little bit of crude 3D. You die. So in the prior trial, we were introduced to Apollo Justice, our new main character, it would seem, who was in a murder trial where the accused was Phoenix Wright, the main character from the prior Ace Attorney trilogy. And his Apollo's boss ended up being the one that actually did the murder and tried to pin it on Phoenix. And then Phoenix offered Apollo a job in his law office, even though Phoenix has not been a defense attorney for, I think it was like 7 years or something like that. Something went down and Phoenix stopped being able to practice law. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. That tends to happen when you get your boss convicted of murder. There tends to be some bad feelings left. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Hey there, over on Twitch. Are you the same person from TikTok? You have a similar icon. It might be coincidence. Handles are often shared. It's not. Okay. All right, let's see. In the law office, we have a lot of stage magician stuff visible. Supposedly, Phoenix had a daughter in the intervening 7 years. We don't know by who, but she appears to be a stage magician. Top hat, all the accoutrement. Makes sense there. Makes sense. Well, glad to have you over on the Twitch side. For those of you that aren't aware, I am simulcasting to YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. My primary feed goes to YouTube, and then we mirror it over to the other platforms. So watch where you prefer. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. You must be here for the interview. Right this way. Oh. The aforementioned girl here. She showed up to help us in the opening trial. Primarily to convey fabricated evidence to us that was used to trip people up. Moment, I hear cat noises. But this is a visual novel game. There is a lot of reading in addition to the visuals. So feel free to ask me questions or similar. I do have time to stop and chat with folks. There is unlikely to be periods where I am super focused. I like visual novels too, Crispy. I like interactive fiction. I don't like just a purely visual novel experience, and interactive doesn't count for, it doesn't count as interactive in my mind if the only option you have are, like, direct forking pathways. Like, I really dislike flag-based traditional visual novels because they amount to create a vast network of save games and just go back through and say, well, this time I'll choose yes, and that will branch the path. That can be bridged if the game's engine itself facilitates it. The story was kind of bad, but there was one called Raging Loop. The story and the presentation was not good, but Raging Loop did have a good system for jumping back to forks in the story and changing your choices. Which, it's not really compelling gameplay, but as far as experiencing the narrative, I think that was good. I think if you're going to have a branching path visual novel and you do that, then it's still going to be a good read. Then you just have to get past the, your writing needs to be good and your visuals need to be good, or it's not a good visual novel. But the Phoenix Wright stuff tends to be very interactive. You have to talk to people, you have to find out things, you have to present the right things. It's kind of a mix of an adventure game. You found the right place. Mwah, mwah. What's with this girl? Shall we begin? Well, you're in for a bit of a treat, Crispy. This is a game series that I like. I've played through on stream the Great Ace Attorney Trilogy, the original set of games. Some of them like updated and re-released as far as their timetable. Some of them mushed together with some of the spin-off games. Also, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is a, like, in the past prequel to the Ace Attorney games. And now we're starting with Apollo Justice, which happens after the original ones. So if you'd like to, shameless plug, I do have playlists of the prior games. Seamless. We begin. Begin what? She has a very kind of cute idle animation, doesn't she? It doesn't matter to me. Like I said, YouTube is my primary channel. But I do have, like, all of the chat feeds showing at once. So, whichever one is most comfortable for you to watch. If you're asking which one I prefer everybody to be in, if everybody could be on YouTube, that'd be great. But it's down to your preference. It's down to what makes you most comfortable. In what? Right, first thing, any special talents? Talents? The Ace Attorney games use kind of rich 2D sprites or 2D character art when they're talking, so there's a lot of animation and similar to them. This being a later game, there's a lot more animation. These idle animations being very fluid, lots of extra character expressions. And that's very good. It's very good. Yes, well, you must have at least one. I guess defending? He is a defense attorney. Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. A little jazzing up, of course. Oh, she probably... If I had to guess, it's my guess, she thinks he's here for a, like, an assistant to her role. Like, a stage assistant, you know? Yeah, Crispy, that cat is Ember. Just switch over and show you here. Let's see how many we can spot. We have 4 visible right now. Ember top center. She's right across from the keyboard. She likes to be right there during streams. Most of the time, actually. That's her napping spot. Here. Oh, well, thank you for the super chat there, Crispy. I do like cats myself. Or maybe it's a sticker. I don't know, but it's a colored icon that has appeared, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Buttons. There we go. I have 5 cats. So top center, Ember. Upper left in the cat tree is Sky. Ember is the smallest cat. Sky is the largest of them. I can't tell because of the light. I'll check. We'll zoom in. Sammy is bottom center, the little tuxedo. She is the second smallest. Let's see. It is that camera. Zoom in. Not really zoom in. Let's just blow the picture up. I like Ace Attorney music. There's a wide range. There's kind of this chill stuff, and then there's bust stuff, you know. There we go. That looks like Sherbet. He is the third smallest. He's kind of in the middle. He's really snuggly. Fur-wise, he's kind of a cotton ball. Short, but really fuzzy and soft. Whereas Sammy and Ember are much more kind of sleek furred. Mason, who we can't see. Actually, that might be Mason. I think that's actually Mason. It's hard to tell unless I can get a clear look at their face and back. That's definitely Mason. That's Mason. Mason and Sherbet don't both have the buff and white color pattern. Sherbet is much more asymmetric and has a lot more white on his face and blotches of white on his side and back. Mason has much more of like the top is buff and the bottom is white. Mason's kind of a big lanky guy. Very, very trim, but dense. Sky, the big one, is kind of gray and white, and he's got kind of dandelion puff fur. Like, very fluffy. Sky is also a troublemaker. A real troublemaker. If you don't learn what his vocalizations mean quickly, there is trouble. Because there's like, you need to pet me, you need to feed me, and if he doesn't get what he wants, he gets destructive. If you've ever seen memes of cats like rapidly throwing things off shelves, that's Sky. And he does it to get your attention. He will chirp. He'll chirp at you to get your attention. And if you make eye contact, that's when he'll throw something off of a shelf. And then he'll chirp at you again. If you don't make eye contact, he'll keep chirping to try to get you to look over at what he's doing. If he throws something off of a shelf and it doesn't make a noise when it hits the ground, he will definitely get upset about it. Like, it frustrates him if it doesn't smash into the ground. Hey there, Regalia. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Let's continue here. Like I mentioned, don't worry about it. I will kind of weave in reading of the screen and chat. I'm not, unless you are going out of your way to say something I'm not going to react to positively. I am not ignoring you. I might just overlook it. Just give me a moment. Hello, Sherbet. Sherbet has come over for attention. Sherbet likes to jump on the back of my headrest. Or the back of my chair, you know. So I gotta bring my arms up and give him back scratches. Let's see, with a little jazzing up, of course, your defense talent. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me. Defend. Give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson. A professional can perform anywhere. Delay by cat here. Sherbet is indirectly snuggly. Like, he likes to be nearby. But he won't, like, sit on my lap or anything like that. Kind of strafey, you know? It's technically about law. A lot of the concepts of the trials are based in Japanese courtrooms. And, kind of the world that it's set in is very hostile to the defense, which is, again, kind of derived from some of the public view of Japanese courtrooms, in that if you've been formally tried and brought before a judge, there's the strong impression that you are guilty, because of high conviction rates and low charging rates. The idea being that if they think they have enough of a case, then everybody thinks you're guilty. But that's amped up in that the prosecution gets away with a whole lot. Witnesses for the prosecution get away with a whole lot. Concealing evidence, lying about evidence, perjury. All of that's okie dokie as long as you're on the prosecution side. Violence towards the defense is often allowed. In the Ace Attorney games, the early ones, you run into a prosecutor who has a bullwhip and will actually attack witnesses, the defense, and the judge throughout it. And that's seemingly okay. There's one guy that throws coffee cups at people. And he claims they're cold, but that doesn't seem to be the case when he initially obtains them. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, and not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? The Wright and Company law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Now, his who are you? A little bit inconsistent. Like I said, he met her in the midst of the last trial. Perhaps they're saying he forgot her, but he should at least recognize the very visually distinct magician girl. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right here. Right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. Aha. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. So the names in the English version of the game are changed to be, single words. Sometimes they change fully. Like Phoenix Wright is Naruhodo Wright in or Wright Naruhodo. I can't remember which the order is. But a word in Japanese. So they changed it to Phoenix, with the idea being that, the truth or the right rises from the ashes kind of thing. With the idea that it's a common trope during it that the trials are very up and down, where it looks like Phoenix is about to lose and then turns it around. So Truthy, I'm a magician. There's a lot of pun and play on word names. Almost all of them are. Came flooding back. The trial. That girl. Okay. Apollo actually remembers. It has been 2 months. So I guess that's reasonable. Please pick a card. This is a locket that Phoenix has, showing his daughter. Trucy Wright. Check out our flyer. Yeah. From magic to the piano, even your defense. Call now. They have a wide range of talents. So, what's your name? Apollo Justice. I haven't looked into why Apollo, but the Justice is kind of obvious. Attorney at law. Oh, much more colorful icons. So is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago, when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Brucey Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too. I like that distinction. It's a very important distinction. It means she's a professional. Actually, the only thing that makes her a professional is that she got paid for it. Something to keep in mind whenever somebody says that, oh, I'm a professional author or something like that. If you don't get paid for it, you're not. And if you do get paid for it, you are. It doesn't matter how good you are or what you've produced. Did you get paid for it? Or have you been paid for it? I'm a professional, see? Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? That's right, Gumi. And welcome back. Joining us for more Ace Attorney fun, huh? We do generally have overlapping schedules to some extent there, Gumi, so glad to have you when you can be here. We are just getting started. This is the first actual trial. We got through the tutorial trial last stream. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Are you familiar with the Apollo Justice games, Gumi? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. I'm an artist. I'm a professional artist. But didn't Didn't your agency say that you were a terrible artist? I don't see what that has to do with anything. I think so, Gumi. I think so. Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice. I think it's a later one where the girl in yellow shows up. Is part of this. A part of this trilogy. I thought it was a later one, like Dual Destinies, where she shows up. For those folks that can see Nightbot calling out, don't worry. It's not targeted at anybody in particular. It's just broadly calling out guidelines of the channel. It's set up to call out every so often after so many text lines. So if it shows up right after your text, don't be offended. It's not aiming at you. There are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. I don't recall her name. I just recall the art of the character. Oh, 1 second. My tracking is crashing. One day I'll figure out why that happens. Hey there, Squishy. I think I recall the name. Were you the one that was commenting on a TikTok video that you followed on Twitch? Is your Phoenix Wright's daughter. Well, welcome, Squishy, welcome. Good to have you. If you don't see who I'm talking to when I'm talking to someone, or it seems like I'm talking to somebody in chat, it's because I'm talking to somebody on YouTube or TikTok. I do not show the chat on stream for reasons. Hey there, Caddy. Water bottle, huh? It is a good reminder to drink some water. Good reminder. I frequently do forget. It's, you won't notice for a bit, but boy, if you haven't drank water for a while during a stream, it hits you. It hits you. See, that's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. I've played a lot of the Ace Attorney games, but when I say played, we're talking decades ago. So I don't recall much. So I'm interested to find out again why Phoenix quit law. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it? I mean, there are parts of the context that are, there are parts of the phrase that are right, but I feel like there's a lot of nuance missing to her interpretation. And the nuance is important. No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. sure there's a good explanation, I hope. Let's see. It's 33. Yeah. There'd have to be a good explanation because Phoenix went to college, and during that story arc, we had no indication of, you know, a known relationship in this regard. There's the possibility that she's adopted. For those that aren't aware, Phoenix didn't go to school for law. There's actually no indication, especially given the timetable that they're describing, that he ever went to school for law. He is actually an art major in college. And he studied law on the side, which, if you play through the games, makes a lot of sense. He's not a great lawyer. He really gets through his trials much more with the help of his assistants and intuition. Like, flies by the seat of his pants. His original law office had a giant shelf of law books, but they were from his predecessor. And if you look at those books when you happen to be in the office, he mentions things like, I should read those someday. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that. We're playing the pronoun game here, and hopefully they'll stop any moment now. Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. No, that incident. You know about that. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance, but we will tell you nothing until then. Daddy, right. That reminds me about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. Okay, that lines up with the opening animation for this case. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay, which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. The Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. I mean, at least it's not the Hottie Clinic. We don't have to interact with the very creepy, definitely not the hospital director. Be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Okay. Let's see. At least some of these, these look like they're DVD cases, and that is further implicated by or implied by the discs crudely placed around. But between the covers here, what I can see of the covers here, and what's showing there, this is the Steel or the Nickel Samurai, which was a television program that Wright's assistant was really into. And there's the implication that she got him to watch some of it, at least. And perhaps is forcing it upon him now that he's trapped in a hospital bed. It's Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh, okay, no, we don't get to avoid this guy. Apparently he works at multiple clinics. Visitors, are you? Are you the doctor? Yep, Dr. Hickfield's the name. Good morning, doctor. Hi there, Trucy. Cute as ever. So, he has maintained this gesture. They updated the character a little bit, visually. But this gesture is the same. That little gropey hand gesture, and then whatever that across his face thing is. I mean, one way to think about it is that he's wiping drool. Given his behavior, I feel like that's the thing. Like, he's not a pleasant person. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. Are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined? Yeah. Remember, she's 15. 15 years old. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Isn't the daddy of the cutest little thing in town? So be off then. Later, Trucy. What an odd bird that guy was. That's not even a way you could say it. That's an inaccurate way to describe him. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit and... You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve. I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Oof. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Oof. You hit a telephone pole with your head. Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Really is as lucky as they say. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Classy, Apollo. Classy. Oh, Trucy's still a child. How many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. You'll always be daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. So they use this kind of terminology in all of the Ace Attorney games, on up to the newest ones. And I don't know, modern parlance, like parlance in more recent years, has destroyed this word. Just ruined this word forever. My foot, I'm not buying it. Something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Aw. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Yes, Apollo, we could be told things instead of dancing around the content of them, like this some supposed incident. It would be really nice if you stopped teasing us with important canonical events. So why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. But you didn't come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only two people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other two must fall. This isn't exactly a suitable conversation to have with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. Oh, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us? Ollie. Oh, he's already got a nickname. What? Now it's my fault. On that note, how about you come work for us? Got the perfect client for you already lined up. Client? I mean, I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him! Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Alright, so who's the client? Yeah, here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that, Indochine pasta joint, Alden Tay's. I mean, Indochine pasta, I'm kind of interested. Like, it's a combo I wouldn't have, thought. But here's one of those pun names. Aldentays. Aldente. Haha. Haha haha. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. Almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Oh, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. Alright, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident, too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. Next to People Park. It's right in front of the park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Fancier layout here. They've got that sort of perspective tilt. Hey, how long you planning on making me wait, huh? Good morning. I like the, I'm liking the hat and hair there. Oh, it's made to look like an upturned ramen bowl / soup bowl. Let's see, he's got that. Looks like a small harmonica. Here, Trucy Doll, sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client. So this is that Apollo fellow, huh? Yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir, you don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? No, Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new to these parts? Not really. And you know the best noodles in town. Eldoon's noodles. What's this called? Is it a palindrome? It's a palindrome. Tell me, Internet, is it a palindrome? Yes. Yeah, his name is a palindrome. Eldoon's noodles is, like, aside from the S here, it's Eldoon is noodle backwards. Whose noodles? My noodles. Now help me out here, Trucy. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. So, you know, noodle guy. What can you... Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Harmonica. Anything for you, Trucy Doll. So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name. And the noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. Been searching for that perfect soup for a year and a half. That's not that long, really. My family's been noodlemen for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. And the fool that I was, I pushed it away. Rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. Tree. Gotta check for a kitty cat. There we go. That'll do. You can't really tell from the angle there. Let's zoom in for you here. Sky is at least twice as big as Ember. Probably about twice as big. And that's not counting the fluff. That didn't turn out so well. Oh. There's no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. That's gotta hurt. Like, that's gotta hurt a lot. I mean, there's gonna be salt content of some kind in a lot of, like, internal fluids, but not to the extent where I would say it's salty, you know? It's gotta be abrasive, if not desiccating. So it was like destiny that you became what you are. Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. So tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why, they're saltier than salt. Ugh. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during his attorney days, too. Now, him and his assistant. I wonder if this is to some extent, a correcting throwback. One of the aspects of Phoenix Wright's assistant, Maya, the spirit medium, was that they kept having her call out that she wanted to eat burgers, that, you know, hey, could we eat burgers? Or I went to a burger place kind of thing. Apparently, that's what I was thinking, Gumi, is that this is the ramen guy that is what she would actually be saying, that she wanted to get ramen noodles, that she wanted to have ramen. So maybe this is the guy that is the one that made the ramen that Maya actually kept going to, that she would drag Phoenix to. I'll make sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl bout now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand. Gone. Stolen? I mean, a brazen and ambitious theft. It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. Even gets complaints. You're just trying to butter me up. The jokes do come quick. Buttered noodles. It sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Ooh. Be some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were there too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anyhows, that's the deal. Good luck. Good. Huh? Wait, what exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Or I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls would kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. We have map? Okay, so Wright's office, the hit and run going this way, and then Guy's noodle stand around here. Yep, buttons. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. A bad feeling about this. Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. What's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Hooliganery. Someone stole a pair of my panties. And then the music stops. Panties. So they were stolen. My panties, yes. Right, panties. That's crying shame, that is, Trucy Doll. I was alone in the office last night. I'd hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. Ran after him. Give me those back, I shouted. Wait. It was certainly brave of you, but I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. I mean, go commando, I guess. This is assuming she doesn't have other pairs, you know. Darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. Mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand and there's an empty bowl in your future, Apollo. Right. And you help out Trucy here, too, you hear? This is going to be one of those weird, interconnected series of events. Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. First item on our list. Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit-and-run accident. To find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item... No, okay, his is over here. Eldoon's request. Find his stolen stand. For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine. Find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. One moment. Medicine. See, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Ah, that's right. This one is from the 3DS era. So, like, I had to click and drag there to deal with the stylus behavior. Fork is floating. Not. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looks so real. That's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. Said he clipped a telephone pole, but that looks more like a lamp post. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Maybe it's the car clipped the lamp post, and then he hit a telephone pole. Like Phoenix hit the telephone pole. It's where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Oh, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. A little curious about the park over there, too. Oh. Well, you're certainly a human being. Can we have a few words with you? Yep. You want something? That husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? Well, we just learned something about Apollo, I guess. It's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. Huh? You, kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Wow, okay. Oh. Well. Excuse me. You're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Well, her whole demeanor shifted, didn't it? Right. Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki. Wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Looks could kill. This woman would be a mass murderer by now. Little Plum. It's a really cute name for someone so... Yes. Choose your next words wisely. Oh. What is it, Apollo? But you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Little girl, you should know, we're gangsters. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. I so very much don't want to die, Trucy. Work with me. Laugh. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. Going to need some warm tea after this. Takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump. Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Just the chair here. Nice little theme for this group. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Last night. Of course, you wouldn't know about it. I'm sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy. I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much, industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. They're substituting in terms to say, instead of Yakuza, they're using, like, mafia names. Like, Italian mafia names. Which, ultimately, I don't think helps the interpretation at this point, as outside of, you know, some shows that are well past their prime, that terminology is largely, like, at best, old meme level. Cleaning up this paint. I missed a line. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? Around 9 last night, I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in a sea of paint. I have an idea. Just get some materials here. Write some stuff down. All right. So that's new information, that he was in a sea of paint. They came to his rescue. You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. Sure, that dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. we try to give back to the community as much as we take. You know, you rough some people up, you shake other people down, do some protection racket, clean up the streets, you know, remove litter from the park. You gotta even it out, otherwise you might be doing something criminal. boss likes to give back to the people, see? How noble of him. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? Or if she means that trash can. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. Bet she has a story, you know? There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. It's a big trash can on the way to the park. Guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Down. It's not really necessary to take notes in an Ace Attorney game, but it may help us with some trial and error. This Apollo, doesn't this go on a car? Side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something or someone. You don't think, given the direction of the car in the mirror, this was probably lost when they hit that lamppost? You don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, and he took off its mirror? Never knew Daddy was so strong. Only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? The mirror would show us the car, but we need to see the car. Let's look at the slippers here. Slippers are for practice clinic. Bottom is covered with paint. So that means the leaf was there before the paint. This weird shape here. It's like a leaf was stuck in the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. The outline was left when the leaf was removed. Got paint on my hand. Hollow. So you trying to wipe your hand on my cape? Let's swap. I keep trying to right-click to rotate. Got clean off. I wonder what's in there. Oh, there are bare wires hanging out. I mean, there are bare wires connecting to nothing. Zap. You okay? Just a little joke. Scare me like that. I mean, don't shock you. Haha. The fact that they're cut clean is kind of weird. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through the park on my way home. Please get down from there, you'll hurt yourself, ma'am. Quite the determined old lady. Firstly, I'm a little more interested in this park. Or I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Something happened here, officer? No, move along. Nothing to see. You kids go play someplace else. We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. This is the kind of forensic researcher girl. Of course, my tracking fails me again. This is the forensic researcher girl from one of the prior games. Processing. There we go. She has her little glasses that her glasses and a spray bottle of luminol that let you see things like blood stains and whatnot. One of the gimmicks from one of the prior games. Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. You kids run along and play someplace else. Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Oh, wow. She got aggressive. It was very much a, you have a pretty face, be ashamed if somebody messed it up kind of statement. The sort that would later be accompanied by somebody, like, knocking on the door and throwing a cup of acid at somebody. You know? Want a dose of experimental, let's see. Wow. Hydroxyacetylene Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go. To keep out the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. Are we gonna get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? May I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? It's quite a commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Something happened at your house, too? Crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. Huh? Had a bad feeling about this. Me, little Plum Kitaki, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. Wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. Heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. Hard to imagine Trucy's and Miss Kitaki's panties having much in common. Rude Apollo. Just imagined Miss Kitaki's panties. The gulp there. Again, I feel like the writer was trying to convey that he is, like, displeased with what he is seeing. But another way to interpret his reactions to her deep voice and the image of her panties is that he's getting kind of hot and bothered by it. Don't think that was the intent, but it is a way to read what they're doing. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. If you've got me into this time, Trucy. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. So this is Plum's daughter, and she was kind of concerned about the park. She's a Kataki too. Miss. Here, our flyer. The Write Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Goodbye. Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Wonder. It's a lapel pin for a defense attorney. Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. So, every now and then, rarely, you need to present your pin to show them you're an attorney. You always have the pin in your evidence pool, though. It's one of those flavor things, but it's also kind of obnoxious when you need to use it, since it's always there. Well, is there... Let's say, I'd really like to know what happened here. So no one goes in. So you want a face full of whatever. Hydroxy what's it? No dice. Yeah, it looks like the woman set down her, like her little shopping bag here. And that it's just like ambulance stuff that's out there. Scene of the stand theft. I mean, ugh. Scruffy location. What's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. Where his stand was stolen. You can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey. Oh, and there's the clinic from the slippers. There's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? I mean, gold-plated hospital front and bargain 3 shots for the price of 1. Shots of what? There's a sign. Miraculous Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. There's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. There you are, Sonny. You find anything yet? No, not yet. Longer you loaf around here, the saltier victory bowl gets. Just remember that. Bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like a punishment. So, your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was here? I passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say. Bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen. Wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. Didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You pet, sonny boy. It happened last night. Was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town, I was. Smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. So an hour after the car crash, ish. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. Washed the bowls, gave the wheels a squirt of grease, then I went inside. And did you notice it'd been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? Does seem backwards. Assaulted. Haha. Washed up on the salty shores of ruination. Stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being. They took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look, there on the ground. Don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it. That's where my thief who... that's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. Crying shame, that is. They have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. That garage, right. You don't think the thief lives there, do you? Eh. I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Detect a little animosity here. Make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Aldunes only uses water from all natural sources. Yep. Thus, the rainwater barrel. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. That's quite a sign. I take it that new is supposed to be... Oh, that's new as opposed to old. You like it? I made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but I ran out of space. Kind of classic. That whole somebody, you know, hand making a poster or a sign and they don't measure out the space per letter that they need before they start writing. The letters start really big and then they get smaller and smaller and more squished as they get towards the edge. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself, and it spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going on. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. Got character, though. Just like my soup. Just thought character was a positive thing. That's the place, right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with that blue tarp there. So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. You see what? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. Or they looked. With their eyes. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? A common plague, a problem in many cities. People running around stealing food carts. It's a problem all over the world. Somebody runs by, they steal a food cart, they set up their own food cart business nearby and, like, steal the territory and customers. The scourge on the small businessman. Bad, sonny boy, not bad at all. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Truzy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Oh, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. I mean, some dog food wouldn't be much different than noodles. A lot of dog food that is mostly potato, or like wheat. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light? Indeed. Mr. Eldoon's house is practically in the dark here. Guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? Isn't the opposite true? Like, wouldn't letting it sit out in the sun be bad? I don't know. I mean, maybe it getting cold and it being damp would be a fungal thing? I don't think either of those are good. I feel like the whole leaves the broth out in a cart, protected only by a tarp at night, is the actual problem, not the amount of sun that the cart gets. I just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. As like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Was weird. I must have clicked the button at the bottom of the screen. Is this your bowl, Mr. Eldoon? There's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's going to taste just like noodles. It does smell like noodles. Well, my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Seems, like, scrawled on after. Look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. When I touched it, the paint flaked off. It's been painted on by hand with warm professional care. Now, this might be a recent thing, you know? After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift. Eldoon's Noodles mascot. Oh man, flaky paint in the ramen bowl. Mr. Salty, he's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? The clinic was built next door and blocks the sun. I don't understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no. Nothing to see here. Move along. You have to find someplace else to play doctor. You look like the right age to be playing doctor? I need a little more info on this Maractus clinic. You could ask Mr. Eldoon, he is their neighbor and all. We should check out that garage. If the thief who stole my panties is still in there. Doorway sure is sparkly. Maractus Clinic. Huh? It's more like a casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Oh, how's our chance, Apollo? For what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Know what's going on at the clinic? There's a police car out front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. Anyone's at the risk of giving someone food poisoning. A police car got here in the morning, actually. Writing. Asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't tell me. The neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. Just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. The wrong crowd? Never you mind about that. Oh, look, a kitty. This is the place. This is where the panty snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues, like a pair of panties. Trucy, could you try not saying panties so many times? Gotta check the important thing. Kitty cat. Hey, a kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Aw. Not coming down. You do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Oh, here's our green car. Someone's there. Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton? Painted gold? There's a mannequin hand waving at us from the box behind the skeleton. Place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Zoom and enhance. Look at that. The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? Clue? Let's see. think I do have the clue. Just the clue you've got in mind. My clue is this. It is kind of interesting to have the evidence come more into play during the investigation as well, as opposed to just going around picking up the evidence to use in the trial portion. The same color and size and everything, a perfect match. Guess we could check it out. 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. Doesn't this go in a car? Yes, yes, it is a side view mirror. We got it from the park. Looks like we've solved a case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Oh, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Look, a cell phone. Pocket watch bangle on it. Never remember what those are called. It's I think they're referred to as cell phone straps, but it's not just the strap, like the little purple part. It's like anything that you can attach in that spot. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. Or if it belongs to the doctor here. You should bring it to him later. Snooping. Yeah, watch strap. Oh, this cute little watch strap. I want one. Kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. You're right. Sharp. Ah, thanks. Finally some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. Kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Good point. Got a camera on it, that might come into play. Oh. Something blue stuffed in muffler. Reminds me, I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. This would be the case of the head prosecutor where some evidence was rolled up and stuffed in a muffler. There was planted evidence like crazy in this one. In that case, that was the head prosecutor, I believe, was the elder sister of the girl in the lab coat that we saw in the park. Huh? Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. It's like a scarf wrapped around a knife, I believe. Piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow. I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. What is with my tracking today? 3 times. Annoying. You know, luckily the mouth is decorative. Wouldn't it be funny if, hey, there is something in there. What? A second. Are these your... Gasp, my panties. They are full-on bloomers. They've got the little frills around the edges there. Huh? Already? Thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. Not really. Don't mention it. I'm serious. I'm really impressed. Yep. Bloomers. They have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are those? My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on? Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Where'd that come from? Where did that bowl get in your panties? My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. Apparently, she uses the big old bloomers as like a top hat in a traditional magician's act. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? Could have told me a little sooner. Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, that's one case closed, at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tools of my trade. Right. Apollo. Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Adjust the chair. Yep. Drink of water. Ah, there we go. Okay, we are going to swing back to the park, though. Back at the mansion. We got another prompt here. This is an indicator of a flag, and that if you get that text at the beginning, it means something is different. Well, Plum's not here. She's not finished cleaning, huh? Maybe she went to get a paint scraper. Okay, who's the wise guy who spit gum out on the street? Voice carries all the way out to the street from inside the mansion. She's a neat freak. A neat freak. How cute. You there. It was you, wasn't it? Fess up. If you've said your prayers, you're going to need them. Trucy, let's leave. Now. Big wastebasket. You aren't going to search through the trash? I don't think we need to. Oh, please, knock yourself out. Don't mind me. I'll be waiting over here. Just so we're clear, searching through the trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? Okay. I did this because I wanted to see if we could swap the slippers and get a different flag. But the slippers were informative, but clearly not needed yet. We have to go to the agency, and yep, then we can move to the clinic. They have sort of a node-based map. It's another reason that I kind of associate this game with adventure games, where particular screens lead to other screens. Oh, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. At least he says Daddy-o, but... like, when are you suddenly from, sir? Let's old Daddy-o get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. He's right about you. Competent. Capable. Tell me what you found out, if you want to. Enthusiasm is overwhelming. I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing. Found my panties so quick. Wonder how long this'll haunt him. His panty-finding prowess, as it were. There we go. Almost like he was the one who stole them. There we are. There we are. We have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me a 30-foot toss? Apparently it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, huh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. Reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Maractus Clinic, anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money, in a bad way. The Kentucky family. The Kitaki family? Okay, so there's a lot of looped in going on here. Which this is going to be convergent. Even if the perpetrators are different. So you have the person who stole the cart was near the clinic. The person who stole the panties went to the clinic garage. The hit and run happened in front of the Kitaki family manor, and the Kitakis have a connection to the Maractus Clinic. So injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Looked like something had happened in that park. A body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties. That leaves the noodle stand. Huh? Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. Be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. You're the woman from the Kataki place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Ah, thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I don't know if that one's a joke. I have a request. Your request. Let me guess. Something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning on the charge of murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? What's your story? You frequent the Kataki mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. Okay, so this will make the son here that's charged with murder look very bad because of, a family connection to the Katakis, a known organized crime family. The boss's son, so he's a gangster. Yes, but the Katakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good life. Live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Miss Kataki. I like the sound of that. Not sure your daddy would care much for that. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the mansion. Scribble, scribble. There are a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. Mostly writing notes helps me remember things, not the notes themselves. My notes are generally incomprehensible, but the act of writing helps. And your fiance was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiance? Your fiance is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name is Waki Kitaki. Haha, you have a silly name, but I don't know if there's a joke otherwise. I brought a photo. So their family house has a lot of fox imagery around it, and that lines up with the kid there, with his his little haircut having the orange tuft in little black and yellow ears, the coat having that as well. I can't remember this thing's name, the little blue thing down there, but that was the police department's mascot. The blue badger. The blue badger, that's right. It doesn't look like a badger at all. But, this rendition of it seems to have, black sunglasses and a faint goatee kind of thing going on. It is wanted with a reward of $10, I guess. It's quite a photo. I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki, please. Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. This has come up like once or twice in the prior ones. That is proof that we are acting as the defense attorney for an individual. This should let us get through the police line at the park. Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. So we check our court record. Hit request. Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of lingo, like call in a hit or a hit man. You mean gangster talk? So, does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman? I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Suddenly motorcycle. So this is it, my first murder crime scene. It's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're investigating, aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Tiala must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Ah, well, this must be, oh. Okay. Gavin was the defense attorney. Apollo's boss, who was charged with murder at the end of the first case 2 months ago. It's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I mean, he looks entirely like that individual lacking glasses and a blue suit. I wonder if this is supposed to be like a twin brother or just a sibling. Say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I've felt this way with a man. Mr. Gavin? Yeah, this was Apollo's boss there. Fraulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? He said to the 15-year-old. This is like this is like looking at things like the original Sailor Moon and reminding people during all of those transformation sequences and like 15 years old. Like I can't remember what Usagi's age is in that, but I know she's a minor, like even by Japanese standards, um, in that series. It's like it's a child, a child. Stop it. Yes. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. Policeman officer fellow. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. We'll take you to the scene of the crime. Really? By your leave, officer. Yeah, yes, sir. Of course, sir. Very well. This way, Fraulein. We. Following in the tradition of some of the earlier Phoenix Wright cases of having a person with some vague Germanness to them. Hey, what about me? Huh. Taking some quick visual notes. So all this stuff lines up with the cart. So you have the mascot, you have the overall grubby appearance, the box o' salt, the bench, what looks like, I'm guessing, a drum of soy sauce. At least this character seems a little older as opposed to an actual, wunderkind there. I'm guessing he has some relation to Apollo's boss. What it is, I don't know, but it feels like they're saying it pretty outright with his appearance and name. See, trash bag, big knife. Every now and then this happens in the scenes where they're trying to emphasize not even a cask, that's a full drum. Sometimes when they're placing objects in the scene in order to make them more visible, they make them bigger. Like a person can stand inside that cart to make the noodles and whatnot, or at least can get inside that cart. And those the bars there lifted up would have to be at like hand level. That statue is definitely a good foot taller than a person would be because of the base on it. That is a short knife the way it's presented, but it would Like, that's almost a two-hand grip that it would have on it. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. I like the menu here. Ramen, 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 or rice ball. Hollow, look, a corpse. What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Oh, I wonder if this is associated with the mannequin parts in the clinic garage. Wow, it sure got me. I'd ask exactly what it is you're doing here. I don't know if you've been here for a bit there, Tass, but all grown up forensics girl from the earlier games. It's you. How did you kids get in here? This guy. Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glimmerous fop. Glimmerous. Always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? Fade out for reading, I guess. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out? Okay. It was a fade to black for reading. Like, that was a time passed. 30 minutes later. So what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Okay. The body was pulling the stand? Yeah, we have 3 interwoven events here. So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Skye. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. Doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Detective Skye? Quiet, please. It's snack time. There will be silence while I eat my snacks. Wow. While she loudly eats her snacks. We're not making much progress here. Let's not be very busy. Never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney. So she went off to study to be a forensic investigator, and by the time she got back, Phoenix had already essentially retired. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. Snack time. Oh. Do you have, like, a blood sugar problem? Not making much progress here. Okay, so this is a repeat. This is her I don't want to answer your question response. Or if we can... Nope, we can't call out a person. There's no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals, scientifically. Oh, wow. That's a smug face. Not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. A very unscientific analysis tells me something here is suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. Check out what we came here. Better check out what we came here to find, at least. Okay. Look, that stand. It says Eldoon. I noticed. We've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though circumstances could stand to be better. Touch anything else. Nope. Now, let's go through all of these to see if we trigger a flag. Much. Making much progress. She's not very busy. Yep, that's a full-on I don't care. We'll hit the detention center next. Oh, Mr. Eldoon. Hello? Looks like he left. Found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Those noodles do sound kind of terrifying. The fact that the degree of their saltiness seems to escalate every time he talks about it, let alone threatens us about it. And cat check. Let's see. This guy's snuggling up with Ember again. You can't hear it, but Ember's vocalizations are all trills. Different intonations, but it's all trills. Sky only seems to vocalize to me. To people, which is common. Oh, what a bummer. All right. Just going to check some of the other locations, see if we get some flags. We do not. Detective agency, then detention center, so we can talk to the defendant. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. You need something? Ah, yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Walkie-Kataki. He's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Oh, well, I guess we'll come back later then. So much for that battle. Okay, we'll go back to the clinic, see if Phoenix will talk to us. And at least something is different. Might be that... Oh, no, he's here. Run into some problems? Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Ooh, me? No, I'm fine, really. So there is a problem. No problem. Actually, I get a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? I had totally forgotten. What with us tasking you with just running around looking at stuff. He's doing that on purpose. I know it. So what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat, anyway? Lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. So you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. My daddy, he knows all the police types. Oh, wait, maybe you know that other guy, too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince. Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucy's. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. Yeah, there we go. His brother? We're acquaintances, after a fashion. Javier. Javier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Javier? What a lovely name. I think it's Clavier. Whatever, we'll roll with that for now. He's so dreamy. Didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. What was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, that detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? It's not what I think it is. Yes, it's a bribe. She needs her next fix, and Phoenix is her dealer. That's definitely how this all went down. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Take a closer look. Ah, okay. It is the fingerprinting powder from the same game. It was another 3DS mechanic where you would tap the powder all over the affected the possible fingerprint location, and then actually use the DS microphone to blow the excess powder away. Oh, know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. Got mad at me. Getting more and more suspicious. Yeah, mysterious white powder with the alleged ability to improve Detective Sky's mood. Yeah, they're heavily implying, but, you know, it's not. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Does this ring any bells? Is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright and Company law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Brucey Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? Guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. She's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Old sayings that, you know, kind of make sense. Now we can look at things. There's got to be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. More bloomers. Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? Distinctive bloomers, to say the least. I mean, come on now. Let's compare them to the other bloomers in our inventory here. These are not distinctive. These are very plain. This is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it? That mark on his paper is familiar. It's going to be a little weird telling him what with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right, congratulations, Apollo. Leaves us with the one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. You think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What, you think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah. Taking care of business, little Plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. That's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. That's not a shiv. Even if we compare it to the mannequin's hand, that's not a shiv. Like, directly compare it. Ooh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? There might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. First, choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint. Look closely at the handle. There's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots. That's right, pick the one you want to analyze. So we'll probably get the best print off of the heavy ones here. Alright, let's get detecting. It's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Press of space, like this. The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. Blow. It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use R and... It's like magic. Isn't it, though? Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. And this was DS era, so this was tapping with a stylus. Just had to blow off more dust, I guess. What? Good, clear, quite impressive. Let's match the print. This office has samples, so you can tell whose finger this print belongs to. It doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Probably have a good idea whose knife this already is. We haven't seen him, but that must be the doctor at the clinic. Neat. The fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Science! She's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. Trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? I was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. What was the cause of death? Bullet wound to the temple, shot by a pistol. pistol. Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Since it's set in a, the setting is Japanese, the idea of a police officer firing the pistol would be a big deal. The pistols are much more... A policeman's firearm over there is a much more controlled thing. And other people having the firearms are much less easily obtainable by the general populace. That's why, or a gangster, it's, if you have the connections to get a firearm. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. This is the probably the clinic owner. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. But is it updated? But Tass, what if you spontaneously need to defend yourself in the middle of, like, a Black Friday Elmo rush? If you don't have, like, an assault rifle on your person, whatever will happen to you and your family? Okay, so we know that about 9 p.m., a car in the clinic's garage hits the entrance, Phoenix, and the entrance to the Kitaki family estate, and loses its left mirror. That car is in the garage at the estate. We know that a little before 10, the noodle cart is dropped off back at home. And we know that this guy is shot at 10 p.m. and clearly is associated with the clinic. And is apparently in possession of the stolen noodle cart that is adjacent to the clinic. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. It's so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is this guy. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. What sort of person was the victim, anyway? I mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. So we know Eldoon is going to be implicated in this. Like, he's going to be pulled into the trial as a potential killer as well. Because he drops off his stand. Well, I'm sorry. He has a grudge with the doctor because the clinic built where it was kind of squashed in his house and blocked the light there. And his assertion is the light was important to keep his soup broth from rotting in the stand. And he even has a sign that looks like it was a protest of the construction of the clinic. And if the doctor was in possession of his stolen stand, that creates a motive for Eldoon to have gone after him. doctor. Starting to see a connection here. I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Drink of water. Was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. She looks so smug. Like, every time she mentions this kind of thing. When I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current, state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently. In the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You're a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Eh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. Wah. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's a physician at the clinic in the area. Ah. Is he gonna be, Director Hottie, who's currently at the Hickfield Clinic? Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. Clinic's name... Oh, no. So what'll their connection to Palmaractus be? Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. Been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective of the case of the stolen noodle stand. See, so that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? Would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So have you met the defendant? No. I am, somebody did a Phoenix Wright animation, which has Phoenix going into this, like, red string corkboard, spiel about a case. Like, I know all of this information, all of this stuff that happened. I have all of this evidence. I think we can't be any more prepared for the trial. And his assistant asks him, do you know the defendant's name? And he draws a blank. You know, where the murder took place? This is, especially with the first trials in Ace Attorney games, that's the vibe you get, where they're there and they're super nervous, and the person who's like their mentor is like, okay, you know, who's the defendant? How do you present evidence? Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it'll do. We have a witness and a knife with prints, but the knife wasn't used in the killing. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. And we do the relay to different areas shuffle here. Sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes. I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in a private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father. Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you. You're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Well, dang. This guy radiates power. Power. With a cute apron? It is a very cute apron. Little smiley cartoon fox with the magic leaf on its head. Waukie's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, 4th head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? This is a common thing that they'll do, is that, like I mentioned before, they try to translate Yakuza into Italian Mafia when they translate stuff. I think there are a lot of concepts that they could avoid doing this to with, like, a little bit of work. It's stuff like the ramen noodles, ramen soup becomes burgers in the initial Phoenix Wright trilogy. As opposed to just calling it soup, you know? If you don't think they'll recognize the name, call it something similar. But, the way that they translate Yakuza over to Mafia is the Italian Mafia is that they end up giving all of the trappings and names of them and just, instead of just saying like Japanese Mafia or something like that, you know? Actually, I came to speak with your son. Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear. Gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good. It's the big idea, old man. Can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. He's a lot less cute like this. And the little picture that his fiance had of him smiling and laughing, it was cute. Now he just looks obnoxious. You know, I wanted to go to the Clink. I like it here. I wanted to go to the Clink. You must be Waukie. A G's not a G till he does hard time. Okay, I think he's saying I think he's trying to say boy with a, let's say, an urban patois. And, yeah, it gives us a good impression of the fact that he's trying really hard to give that impression. You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change. Silence? My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Like, I feel like we could replace Waki Kataki with Wannabe Kataki, and it would be very accurate. You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it. He is actively admitting or asserting that he did the crime so that he can go to jail so that he'll have more street cred. That is what's going on here. And his father, organized criminal leader notwithstanding, is justifiably calling him out as an idiot and trying to get him out of jail. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. The shadows over his eyes. So much for talking to our client. Oh, we made so much progress today. I even found my panties. I had fun, at least. Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. To continued. We'll resume shortly, but this is a good spot for a quick break. We'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned. Getting settled back in, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty. I like this. The current case is Turnabout Corner. The crime, one of the hit and run happens on the near a park on the corner of the street, and the park is where the murder happens. But it also has Turnabout in it, which is the Ace Attorney series trial names, is Turnabout being the core kind of narrative idea that things keep getting flipped back and forth during the trial, like, you know, the your fortunes reverse repeatedly. It begins. Let's see how well the note taking has helped my memory, you know. Mr. Wright's not here today? He said his old foot injury was acting up. Old injury? It was all smiles yesterday. He smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. I'm trying to think, what would his foot injury have been? Was that part of the time he fell off the burning bridge into the river? Did he get a foot injury from that? Because I know he was, like, wrecked for a while and you played as Edgeworth during the beginning of the trial. But I don't recall if that injured his foot specifically. Yeah, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice. Started my voice training at 5 this morning. Oh, do some now. I want to see. Here. Huh? Oh, okay. Ahem. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. One of the gimmicks with him is that he spends time in front of the bathroom mirror. It sounds like shouting. It sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Good morning. Yo, sup? Oh my god. Oh. He's gonna be one of those people. Those, you know, I'm super tough. Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. Just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Walkie, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend some hard time in the pen. Oh. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fears realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. Oh dear. This will be a fun one. Well, at least conceptually. I don't know if mechanically it's going to be amusing. Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kataki. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll, Hair Judge. It's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? Mr. Gavin's brother. Oh, I just also noticed, Kristoff Gavin was a defense attorney and wore a blue suit. Gavin, his brother, with the more emphasized Eastern European or at least German affectations, wearing maroon. They're sibling mirrors of Phoenix and Edgeworth, especially when you account for Edgeworth having been trained under a very what would it be called? German-coded prosecutor. Neat. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence? That's another, is Edgeworth showed up after a leave of absence, if I recall. Or at least had showed up after a period of time. No, I'm thinking, Von Zeeks in Ace Attorney Chronicles. That's the one that showed up after a leave of absence. You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see, to be honest, I was a little concerned. I feared you might still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry, Hair Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up the chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? It was worth canceling a show or two. Gavel. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. There's no way to get the crowd jumping, Hair Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Chung, baby. Today we play it my way. Yeah, he is our... Not even Edgeworth. He is very much our Francisca analog. He is taking control of the courtroom. Like... That seems to be a pattern that they go with the prosecutors there, Gumi. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get up in order to get down to prosecuting. What this is saying is that this music is canonically happening in the courtroom. Like, Gavin has brought a soundtrack to his prosecution. It is. It really is made all the better for the fact that he has a soundtrack. Like, he has a tape player somewhere under that that desk that is playing his theme song. You don't know, Tass. He might bust out a guitar and start swinging at any moment. Victim, Paul Maracus, director of the Maracus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. The world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand. Yes, I believe you will only find that out by asking the defendant. Right here, right now. because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you're to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed, quite clearly, you see. Oh man, they've got an eyewitness. Those are infallible. We have no case anymore. Somebody said they saw it and called the police. It really is one of the great things about the proliferation of cell phones is that the reliance on somebody saying what they saw has greatly diminished now that we have people recording everything that they saw. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. Okay, I'm gonna say the doofus assertion that was made earlier is much more accurate. Not only did he just play air guitar on the prosecutor's stand in a court of law, and not only did he bring his own theme music into similar, he has to have like a foot pedal that played the air guitar music when he started doing the gesture. Like he has prepared all of his own music for his prosecution. Nine, not yet. First, there is a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? Again, it's canonical. Like, all that music is happening. I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic? Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh? But what if the defendant specifically requests to do so? As he did this morning. I want to... I want to, quote, give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. What? What is right? They always say that on stage. You should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly? Quit complimenting our opponent. Oh, this is highly unusual, but court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. So, you, son, are the defendant. Walkie, are you? Ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kataki. You best be prepared to step strong. Oh, he's trying so hard. All he needs is a really big gold chain around his neck, like gigantic with like a big G or like actually spelling out gangster or something like that around his neck. It's like really big, like fully bedazzled gold chain necklace. You step to a public official. You'd best be prepared to step into jail. Gotta hand it to him. Walkie sure has guts. It's not his guts I'm worried about. Gavel. Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. One of the best defendants yet. Walkie Kataki's quote truth. I tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. It was the day I done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad that night. Know what I'm saying? So you were one of the victim's patients. A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True dat. I tell you one thing, that doc was whack. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. By someone, you mean... Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean? Better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? Made up my own mind and did what had to be done. Straight gangsters. Why were you so mad at this doctor? Sit back and listen while I drop it, G-Man. He's so ridiculous. Oh. It's like he has flashcards of these terms. He's been trying to memorize them, and now he has to use them in as often as possible. It's like that sort of word-a-day calendar, but really, really painful. He does have some of that look. Yeah, gangster Naruto. So you were a patient at the practice clinic half a year ago. For what reason? What you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? Had a little run-in with the rival. It looks like they're meant to be rivals family. The Rivals family. That's when I pulled a jack move. And ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting. And ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time. By yourself. Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the Maractus clinic from there. Apparently he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart and he's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth. But I never learned how to catch them with my heart. The bullet stopped just short of my thumper. You know what I'm saying? It would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure. That ain't all of it, Holmes. do you mean he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So this bullet is still... You know it, I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's one of our hit signals. Sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. Word, G-Man. Weren't no accident. That's faux shizzle. Gavel. It seems there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Waki, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo. Back straight. But why did this mistake only come to light that day? It was found during the family health checkup. The family checkup was the wackest thing of all us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away. Bezoy. A relief to hear. What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way. That's whacked. There is proof. Your checkup report. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. You're almost as careless as he was. Laugh. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started. Started? We've had enough of a warm-up act, yeah? Time to hear from the witness. Waki sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? Oh. Well, you're a person. Let's check some of the stuff we got here. Yeah, the noodle guy is definitely going to be implicated because of this. Damage to brain resulting from bullet wound, right temple. The bullet wound to the right temple is also going to be a marker because if Waki was standing away from him and managed to shoot him in the right temple, that's, you know, it's not impossible, but it's weird. So, you will tell us your name and occupation. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take... this is like the college student from one of the Ace Attorney trials who was, like a perpetual college student that was smarter than everybody around him. By which he means to say that he's a student. As in, it auto-scrolled all of that. as fast, like super fast, to make it hard to read. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. You ask quite simplistically. Just let him do his thing. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man facing him. Yeah, this is not Walkie holding a gun. This is Walkie holding a knife. Saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. That is inaccurate. Was there anyone else in the park at that time? I can say with 100% accuracy that there was not. The pistol our witness refers to is this. The court accepts this into evidence. 2 rounds were fired, fingerprints were wiped. 2 rounds. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. Let's check that pistol here. Don't point that thing at me. Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Magic guns, at least. The ones that pigeons come out of. Very reassuring. Cute little oddity there that if you point the gun right at the camera, it's... The following implication is that she is holding the gun and aiming it at Apollo. Like, your point of view is Apollo's. Yes, Your Honor. Trucy, why are you staring like that at the witness? That man, I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before. One of the added mechanics in this game is looking for ticks while they're talking, looking for little gestures and whatnot that they make that are supposed to indicate that they might be lying. Or obscuring something, or, you know.
Hold it!
The way home from shopping, you say? Why go through the park? Fascinating inquiry. Revealing me culpable of being insufficiently verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes 20... That's enough. Enough, I get the idea. Mr. Justice, I hope the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month. Please, I have a recording booked after this trial. I've got a show to perform. Sorry you're all so busy.
Hold it!
Were these men talking by any chance? Now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as, "You lied to me." Oh, and, "I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal." Just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet to his heart, in the heart. that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Like he heard them clearly enough to me. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he?
Hold it!
How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. Huh? You see, in class I always sit at the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony, how? I mentioned this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say, yet there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. He sure is confident. He seems to be telling the truth, too. Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same as the one being submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely you jest. Or so a common witness would be tempted to say. Huh? Yet I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must... Do go on. I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly. My badge for a normal witness. Yet the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. This last statement is the wrong one, and we should be able to present the autopsy report. Absolutely certain only one shot was fired? So of course, it was only one shot. Why do you ask? Okay, no, we'll have to present the pistol first. Ah, a contradiction, finally. Oh, no, it's going to do this one for us. According to the court record, the pistol was fired twice.
Objection!
A clear contradiction. Good eyes, Hair Justice. You're cool, real cool. Really think so? Yet there is no reason why this other shot had to have been fired that night. It feels like that is the implication of them declaring it was fired twice. Are they just saying there are 2 rounds missing from the clip? Or is it magazine? I think it's supposed to be magazine. Like, a clip is without the housing. This pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yeah? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. Okay, that night. So that's not unreasonable, but it's still weird. During perhaps another altercation? He's got a point. Judging from his smug expression, I'd say Prosecutor Gavin had that answer ready before you even spotted the problem. He seems pretty confident in his testimony. We always make the biggest mistakes when we're our most confident. It's got a weak point somewhere, Apollo. Find it. Right. Better give that testimony another listen. Save. Doing the traditional Phoenix Wright game song and dance.
Objection!
If that's all of it, I think I have a chance. Thinking ever so hard. Is that you relaxing, I see, Hair Justice? Objection. Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. Hello, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Right, look at this. The autopsy report. Is there a problem with the autopsy report? Right, a problem. Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound. The location? You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple. Square, I mean not in a geometric sense. I mean by this that wavelength of light emitted by a krypton particle. Mr. Justice. Yes? Was your objection to these, krypton particle things? This is the big time and you are obsessed with something so small? You disappoint me. No, I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell. Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was the right temple. Temple? Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? Like how his hair kind of sprang back into position there. It is, right? Finally.
Objection!
Hair Justice. Oh, Hair Justice. Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles? Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago. Phoenix Wright, was it? Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to his testimony. Nyurk. Hey, here, forehead. Forehead? Let us imagine you are walking through the park. You see two men facing each other, one with a pistol trained on the other. What would you do, Herr Forehead? I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout, "Stop." And you, Fraulein? Me? Well, I'd probably scream, "Eek." And you, Herr Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder? The victim turned his head at the last moment. Ah, yes, thank you for jogging my memory. Sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried, with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice and a shot rang out, whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. So you attempted to stop the crime? Indeed, with composure. Back here. Left at the crime scene. Okay. Maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that. That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. Witness, Mr. Stickler, was it, stood here. He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature, and the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report. That does seem to be the case. Witness the power of a junior in Ivy University's Department of Science. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. Well, he's got some long lashes.
Hold it!
Hey there, Battle Droid. Playing some Ace Attorney, the Apollo Justice trilogy. So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened? It can be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action. It was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot. Huh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. This is just now occurring to him. Actually, it looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed.
Hold it!
Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park. And the victim responded to that clarion call. Quite.
Hold it!
Did you hear the gunshot at the same time the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time, to be precise. And the victim didn't ask you for help. It can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step. I'm totally sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler startled him. Say that too loud, Trucy. Whereupon our cowardly killer, yep,
Hold it!
you read that. You described the killer's actions more clearly. He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action,
Hold it!
you didn't try to apprehend the criminal. It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find. Something. Find what? I like that contradiction. Kinda sad to see it go. Sad as I feel, what do we do now? At least the testimony's getting a little clearer. And find something to use in this new testimony. Court record here. Oh, fingerprints were wiped. Ew. No prints.
Objection!
Wait a second. Another misleading request. You're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? We intended to wait just that, a single second? 1/60th of a minute? Hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor? Am I to understand you are objecting to the length of a second? Yes, I mean, no. Here, just look at the pistol. Doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. A common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. But you said the killer tossed the gun and ran. That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Oh. Scholar Boy went, sorcerer amidst incantation there for a moment. Kinda cooler that way. We must shock him more often. Bring the electrodes of justice. Little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there. I'm not little. Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? Eh? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Gotta admit, I didn't think of that. Well, Mr. Justice? Could the killer have been wearing gloves? No. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some trace of prints remained. Which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. It may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. The prints couldn't have been, he couldn't have been wearing gloves because we have a knife at the scene that has his prints. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. Sounds solid to me. Well, Herr Forehead, any of your precious objections? Gives, Apollo. Let's see that voice training go to work. No, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. You mean nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Walkie drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Walkie threw away. You're right. He's just confused because a pistol was found at the scene. Or Mr. Stickler. Must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong. Oh, it can be said that I'm quite offended. But it's indeed true that once in... Go on ahead, Mr. Stickler. We'll catch up when you're done. What we can say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this? Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. Oh, wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. Perhaps you can inform the court as to the nature of this something else? Did the killer throw away?
Take that!
Is that a sword? I saw one of those on a late-night movie last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? The single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, Hair Forehead? You're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Waki Kataki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Doesn't matter. Indeed. Never underestimate a Gavin in the lesson is the lesson here. Both of those are not indicative of he shot the man. It's he was present when the man was shot. Court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. It's always the same with you people. Mark left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later, his brother left after him. Ah, okay. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming, yes, that's what I said, assuming. And if that were a probable as if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are assuming that my assumption is no better. Gavel. What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. Good times. From shot to call. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not? It does not. Find a way to take this testimony down quick. If he wasn't holding a gun, didn't throw the gun, and his prints couldn't have been on, he would have left prints on the gun, then it is most probable he didn't fire the gun. But this is the Phoenix Wright world. This is an aspect of this world when you're dealing with these cases, is that it is not innocent until proven guilty. If you are accused, you must be proven innocent. And even that isn't enough. You must be proven innocent, and the actual culprit usually needs to be identified. Accused, identified, and convicted for you to escape. Is very dramatic, very difficult. Very dramatic.
Hold it!
Which way did the killer run? By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction. That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kataki mansion. Chung, don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he got out of sight. Did he know that's where I was going?
Hold it!
You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask upon the lab room floor. Ooh, cool answer. Very cool. Nothing strange about how he acted. Lucy looks like she has something to say.
Hold it!
Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Well, a perfect syllogism. A proof in 3 parts. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. Actually, it looks like he's going to cry. There's a lot of Trucy watching us, so I wonder if we're gonna get more of the watching for tells mechanic. Police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. I saw no one else. Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes? I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not odd to think there would be few people around in the park. So he just stood there, watching. Not much to go out there. Percy, if you've got something to say, by all means say it. Find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, Hair Forehead? It's time to back off a bit. No. And still has some questions that demand answers, Your Honor. Your opinion, Prosecutor Gavin? Let him play attorney until he's satisfied, I say. I will amuse myself by composing my next smash hit in my head. Very well, you may continue with cross-examination. This might be one where we have to back off, and then we will get a prompt to say, no, don't back off. What do we got? Too self-assured. There's got to be a weakness in his testimony. Okay, no, it's gonna let us loop. So I hope it's not this phone. Because we don't have any basis for believing this is his phone. This, Apollo. Eldoon spelled his name backwards on this side. I think that says noodle. As in Eldoon's noodles. Ah, I get it. The name of his store is the same whether you read it forwards or backwards. We mentioned this earlier, the Eldoon's noodles being, a palindrome. I guess it would be, except for the last S. And how about a store called Team Meat? Close, but that would be tame meat backwards. And what kind of store is that? Store that sells meat. not meet unless it's team meet. Making sure there's nothing about this that give me something. Okay, we can look closer. If he ran in the opposite direction, he would have run this way. Let's go through and press again and see if we get a different result. Opposite direction from Kitaki Mansion. Yes, he could have gone this way. So I had to press one more time. Let's have glamorous careers we'd like to get back to this month, Hair Forehead. I don't have enough to put Waki away yet. Should I back off? Yeah. I don't like it when they do this. The Ace Attorney games are prone to what I call false choices, where they're like, hey, do you want to push more on this? And often, at least in the earliest games, if you said no, you got a game over. Visual novels are prone to this, where it's like, oh, do you want to do A or B? B is an immediate game over. Like, the protagonist dies within, like, a page. And it's like, wow, that wasn't satisfying. The only action you can take then is to go back and do it over again. If that's the choice, don't give me the choice. Just continue. Nothing fishy about that testimony at all. Here's that there is no objections. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves, which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. Yes, the unsheathed knife fell out of his pocket because he chucked a gun to the side. That is entirely reasonable. A mistake befitting a small-time punk, in my opinion. No. Seems we've come to the end of the line here. That can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me. Were you, Hair Forehead? Gavel. This brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Waki Kitaki. So we can see here, again, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a prove your innocence or you're guilty. Hold it. Eek. Trucy. Nobody move. What's the meaning of this? Who are you? Be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Are you one of the Kitakis? The Kitakis? You mean the notorious gangsters? Don't want me to see you to give the pretty little girl a new smile. Do as I say. Adjourn court for 20 minutes. What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of you. Our judge, I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess, 20 minutes, or I promise you'll regret it. How did he disappear so fast? Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. Suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for 20 minutes. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man. Making decent progress. We're gonna try to see how far we get before our 5-hour mark here. Trucy? Move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show. Trucy, you're okay. I thought... Don't cry, Apollo. Those good-for-nothing gangsters. There's some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else... I love that. I love everything about that. She has a backpack-mounted, rapid deployable wooden mannequin with articulated limbs. She's better than the little inventor girl in the Ace Attorney Chronicles in that way. What the heck is that? Surprised? It's one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat. Look marvelous, darling. Big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar. Yes, I am a big hit. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Do you like it? Do you mean, Trucy, there are some things you just don't do? I'm pressing charges. Apollo, now is not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here. Huh? Remember what you said to Waki's father yesterday. You promised you'd save his son. That testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Trucy, no more staged abductions, please. Not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident. I can perceive what he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we've got. You can see what he's feeling. Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there were contradictions in his testimony. All the times. I don't remember. I legitimately don't, because they're going to ask us to point out the tell. I don't remember them exactly. Good thing I do. There were 2 times when he made a statement he wasn't confident in. And each time there was a contradiction. I wonder if it's when he's looking down, flipping through the book. The man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction. True, but how does that help us? Did you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. So his little tick there might be turning pages. Oh. Very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense, and he fiddled with the corner of a page in the book. Am I supposed to see that? Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker? Huh? I was sat next to Daddy during big matches. He had a spotter. I could see what his opponents were feeling. I mean, that's how Mr. Wright won all those games? It's not cheating, officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything. I wasn't there all the time, either. Daddy's quite good at poker, after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long. Great, so he cheated, but what does that do for us? I don't believe this. You have to listen to his testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony. Perceive the truth with your eyes. Watch a testimony? Perceive the truth? The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose. Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo. Mr. Wright said that? Watch the testimony. Perceive his true feelings. She's serious. Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other way out of this one, Apollo. What was that she said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today. He said his old foot injury was acting up. Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. That's what he meant by us being fine. Methods aside, she did avoid one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Love how he's got a catchphrase that he says in his head. Apollo, I'm starting to think I can do this. I know you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can. Just flew in from the coast, and boy are my arms tired. Right. Court is now back in session. Right, we're fine. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet gets back scratches before we continue here. He'll start to lose his balance and kind of tip, and he'll lean between the back of my neck and the chair rest here, the headrest here. That is her rapid deployable back-mounted ventriloquist dummy with like fully controllable limbs. I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice. You me? Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom in the silk top hat? Ah, right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that. Settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement. Right. Perhaps Fraulein would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? I think he's on to me. Wish he would stop being so cool. Let's dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for our gifted witness? Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination. Because I forgot to ask something. There was no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request. However, but this court will not permit stalling for time. Understood, Your Honor. Don't forget, Apollo. If he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. Not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Or could I simply leave the scene in good conscience? Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. This was described as the tell. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Sure, I'm qualified to watch testimonies after all. Focus, Apollo. Find his weak spot. Focus. Only it were that easy. My ears hear what he says. My eyes see his expression. I have to do something more? What other senses do I have? What's this? My bracelet? It's right up there with the Magatama from some of the prior games. What's going on? My bracelet feels different somehow. I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. Tilt my head a little bit because, there we go. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Says you stopped paying enough attention to me. Delay by cat. Delay by cat, rubbing face on camera. He's a good boy. Enough of that. So how about the microphone? Can I mess with that? Oh, he is extra needy at the moment here. Here you. Come here. Right here. Come on. There you go. There you go. I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. I simply leave the scene in good conscience. I used my cell phone to call the police. They're going to,
Hold it!
They called immediately after witnessing the murder. Police undoubtedly have a record of the call. Why not check with them? Wait, Apollo? This has to be it. You mean his habit? The only time he even had the book open was here. Which means this is the place to look for his habit. I don't know how I know, but I know. Know what? My bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness. The bracelet? Little icon now appearing up top of the screen that makes it look like she's looking at the icon in the UI. Sure how I get this focus stuff you were talking. I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you were talking about, Trucy. But I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Touch my bracelet with R as it reacts to the testimony. Perceive. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly. Filling my mind. See nothing else, hear nothing else. Except her. Apollo? Trucy, what's happening to me? This is what I meant by focusing. Weird, isn't it? Focusing. In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does. That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Using the power of my 2 human eyes. Yes, that is Ember snuggled up with Sky. And Sherbet is actually on my lap. I'm shocked. Maybe if he keeps doing this sometime later in the future, I'll be able to trim his foreclaws. Look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. Remember, right? Sure, when he says something that he's not sure of, he fiddles with a page in his book. You got it. Right now, you're looking at the witness's face. Your eyes are sort of bugging out. Bet they are. First, move your focus of attention to his hand. His hand? You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place. Only see his face like this. Time to change my viewpoint. Now you're ready. For what? Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch. Perceive. Try listening to the witness talk as you focus, then watch for his habit. I mean, when he fiddles with the page. That's right. That's your signal to look closer, to perceive. His weak spot, and I'll guarantee we'll be able to give him the royal flush. Sounds like a euphemism. Looking like the true a true poker head's daughter. A true poker head's daughter. Okay. A magician, thank you very much. Have to pay attention to his words and his fingers. Don't worry if you miss it. You can always try again. Look out, nervous twitch. Here comes justice. Okay, I use my cell phone to call the police. His hand tenses up.
Gotcha!
It's not it? Huh? Oh, I guess I'm kind of lost here. Remember his habit. He fiddles with the page of his book. Okay, no, it's see his fingers twitch. Watch for his fingers to move. Okay. I thought they said his fingers tense up. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hello. Yeah, your claws are getting caught.
Gotcha!
I use my cell phone. Saw it. Just now. I could see it. Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? This banging of desks, it's quite bad for my circulation, you know. Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone. What are you talking about? I'm curious about how this cell phone of yours... I'm curious about this cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? Stickler, please show me your cell phone. Oh, why? Whatever for? Yeah, it's the one that's in the garage, or was in the garage. Show me and you'll find out. Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see. You don't have it. Mr. Stickler, is this your cell phone? Where did you get that? That's the phone from yesterday. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. The car was moved, it'd be crushed. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? Wait a minute. Minute. Wait a minute. What is the meaning of this? This cell phone was found yesterday in the Maractus Clinic garage. Why, that's where the victim lived. It's impossible. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? Your cell phone is here. How could you have called the police if your cell phone is here? I mean, that's kind of flimsy. He can just say he lost it after. It's true, I didn't have my cell phone that night. Why, it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone. Payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all. So where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Well, to indicate it with a startling high degree of accuracy, it was right around here. That's quite a ways from the park. Yeah, he didn't go through the park. He had to have seen it from here, because near here, I think, is where the scene of the crime is. I don't think it was over there. But regardless, it's some distance. Quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie? There can be only one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage. What are you saying? Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. This cell phone tells all. Apollo has different chase music like this. Let's see if that holds up when it goes into a full back and forth between him and the prosecutor. Ridiculous. That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though I were trying to kill him. Well, Dr. Maractus was killed that night. Well, yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true, I lost my cell phone. But you can't prove that I lost it that night. Well, Mr. Justice, if that cell phone was dropped the night of the murder, it does raise considerable suspicions as to a connection with the crime. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Okay, if it wasn't dropped that night, then its position would be under the tire of a car, which would have driven out later. So having the broken mirror shows us that that car was the one involved in the hit and run earlier that night. Connect him to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. I have a piece of evidence that can do the job. Yes, but I don't know if the game wants that to be the evidence right now. I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder. Yes. Of course I have evidence. Oh, I like your swagger, Airboyhead. Hit it. Or we'll see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Hit it, as they say.
Take that!
That's a side view mirror. As it so happens, Dr. Maractus's car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. He may only be here briefly, but quick aside. Let's see if the camera is refreshing. There he is. That's Sherbet. When I was saying you have to see kind of his back and face to tell him apart from a distance. You can see across his shoulders is more white there. And his face has more white than Mason's. If they're near each other, you can tell because Mason is noticeably bigger. Accident? an accident. It happened a little after 9 p.m., just outside the People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Maractus's car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked there after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. Ergo, Mr. Stickler, the only time you could have dropped this in the garage was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. He has a very weird panic cry. It's like, "We-org." Mr. Stickler, you know what this means? You did break into the victim's garage that night. Most unexpected. Mr. Justice, are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus? No, stop. This is too much. This can't be happening. Prosecutor, say something. Suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this. Yeah. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. Must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. When I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand, all as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Okay, he couldn't have seen the stand. I'm sorry, if he was walking home before the murder after 9, there is only a limited period of time that he could have seen the stand, because the stand was dropped off at the house just before 10. There is a 10 to 45 minute window between when the killing could have happened. So when he saw the stand, like around when he saw the killing happen, is important. But actually, I don't think we'll be able to use that just yet. But that may be relevant. That may be relevant. I saw the stand, you know. Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage. Yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It is given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. This nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. It's like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem, I hope. Here comes he has catchphrases that he says to himself in his mind. I wonder if he's trying them out, you know? Like, in the middle of a case, he's saying them in his head to find out, do they really sound cool in context? Like, during a case, do they sound cool? Is this one that I want to start saying out loud? Do some market research in a way. I wonder if he'll start actually whispering them out loud so that Trucy can hear them. Get a second party opinion.
Hold it!
You went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place? Well, yes, of course. Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself? No, I mean, yes. I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket, trying out the free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me. I'm sure the store clerks would disagree. The poor student scenario. You think sampling free food counts as a religion? In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content and was on my way back home. Yes. Yeah.
Hold it!
That's when you passed in front of the Maractus Clinic. Why, yes, that's correct. It's a pretty suspicious pause there. Okay. Eldoon's house, Maractus Clinic, Wright's office. So what's his way home? Let's see if we can get that. Mr. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder. Of course. Supermarket is here along the main road. The way home from there... My way home from there takes me past the Maractus Clinic. Probably where I dropped my cell phone. Yet, woe was I walked on, unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park. Walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime.
Hold it!
Which entrance did you enter the park from? Well, to be exact, one might say that I was close. I went in from the entrance closest to the Maractus Clinic. The same entrance our victim used. You notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance? I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Though I might have missed the tracks, I could not miss what happened next. I'm a keen observer of the obvious, you might say.
Hold it!
Part of the testimony is the key, I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand? Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything, could even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle. Yes, that was it. Okay. So, if he came from this direction, so if he could read noodle, the cart was like this. So part of the testimony is the killer was on the left, the victim was on the right. When he shouts, the victim looks at him, turns his head to the left, exposing his right temple to the killer who shoots him. But if he could see noodle, then if the victim turned to see him, he would have been shot through the left temple. For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Oh, wow. Some sass from the judge. We don't get sass from the judge often. We get plenty of opportunities to sass the judge and criticize the judge and deride the judge's complete lack of qualification to be a judge, but usually not sass from the judge. Outside of the judge giving you penalties, that doesn't count. Mr. Justice? What about that sign? Could it be important? Very important. So the sign on the noodle stand said, noodle. It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony. Is that noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares one of these days. Gavel. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well. Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some apply to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. Wouldn't mind a taste of that myself.
Hold it!
So the sign said noodle. You're absolutely sure. Long pause. Let me be frank. Yes. In fact, the word unsure isn't even in my dictionary, nor the word uncertain, or... I was wasting time looking that stuff up. Noodle, huh? I like that. Tells you what you're getting. No nonsense. It's like a food cart with a big sign that says food on the side of it. Very straightforward. Truth in advertising. I mean, one would hope. You smiling like that, Apollo? Okay, we save it here.
Objection!
And you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle. Why, just last week, my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler. I'll give you that. Oh, that's not a statement that came after a compliment. Or at least, that's not a statement that came after Stickler did something worthy of praise. That is a statement that's going to be swiftly followed by a heavy insult. The kind of statement that reads as, at least you have good eyes because you suck at this other thing. It read, without a doubt, noodle. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? You saw, you are claiming that when you saw the sign, you were standing here, was it? Although it would have been hard to read the sign from this spot. You think so? Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand and carefully read what the sign says. The sign actually states the name of the stand's owner, Eldunes. Inconceivable. Certain it was definitely noodle, for sure. Positive. Afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight. Wouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said noodle. And he saw it right. What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims? What? Show us this spot.
Take that!
The witness was standing here on the opposite side. How do you know that? When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Eldunes, as we know. However, observe the other side of the stand. The side says noodle. Exactly. The name of the stand is split between the front and back sides. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. You got me.
Objection!
So what? So what? Does it matter if he saw the killing from the north or the south side? Makes no difference at all. He's right. Travel far enough to the south, you'll end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning. Maybe he's right. What does it change? Changes everything, Apollo. Truzy, remember his testimony from before. Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. This is the game demonstrating some of their new tech. This was a period where they were starting to add 3D stuff to the games. The killer and the victim are facing each other. The moment the killer raises his weapon, Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look. The killer fires his pistol. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right? Right, but if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, that reverses the whole scenario. Is Stickler the panty thief? Because he passed by the Maractus Clinic, where Trucy said she was chasing him. The thief goes into the Maractus Clinic garage. That's where we found her panties stuffed in the tailpipe. Then sometime after the car crash, and like after the gunshot, when it's more simply after that, the Kitaki family was busy dealing with somebody who had broken in and stolen Little Plum's panties. I wonder if he's our panty thief. Because right there, where he's standing, that wastebasket there is where we found Little Plum's bloomers. Victim looks in his direction. Bullet would have been in his left temple. Gasp. In other words, someone standing at point K couldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. That's right. So now that we know that Mr. Stickler was standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed, you are absolutely correct, Fraulein. What meaning? The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head is north. Ah, but that's where the witness, Wesley Stickler, was standing. If he was standing to the north, then the only person there who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Gabble, gabble, gabble. Wow, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. He's flipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out. There's the turnabout reference.
Objection!
Huh. Clarify one point for me, if you would, Herr Forehead. What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I can't picture him as the real killer. No, please. Looks aside, I'm really a nice guy. All my friends say so. Let's hear what the defense has to say. don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he's not innocent either. It's the panty thief. Come on. His unusual silence tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why, now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Hair Forehead, I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Herr Stickler's silence. You did say that you were accusing the witness just now, for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears. Oh, he's guilty of something, but what crime other than murder is there? I get what could he have done is what they were going for with that phrase. But the way he phrased it was, what other crimes than murder are there? Like, period. Taken out of context, that statement is a lawyer thinking, what other crimes than murder could there be? The only thing people ever do wrong to each other is kill each other. Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? We're gonna try Trucy's. The evidence is this. Is that women's underwear? Hey, those are mine. Retracted. That delayed reaction. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Mr. Stickler. Well, I can't say this comes as a shock. It's not what it seems. By Pythagoras' theorem. On the night of the murder, just past 9, a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely, she gives chase, but the snatcher flees and hides himself in no other place than the Maractus Clinic garage. Aha! Incidentally, these panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably, he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree. Please hear me out. It's not what it looks like. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it seems. Did his hat embed in the witness stand? It did. Sound included. So are we to understand that you were silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit your theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you're not aware that my school's name was originally written IV. I standing for intelligent, V stands for valiant. See? Your point? I'm not done. Now, I'm a major in the science department. What does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU science department are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting. And what greater challenge to science than mystery? Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here. No, you don't understand. A mystery is the unknown. And the unknown is unacceptable. And my friends, when it comes to mysteries, those panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate. For science! Ah, okay. He's specifically referring to the fact that she uses them as a stage prop. The, pulls objects out of them thing. A full-sized car tire was only the first mystery those panties revealed. A tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. But that's not all. There was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic. Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about my magic panties trick. I just don't understand. A broom from a pair of panties? It mocks the very laws of physics. A broom and a frozen chicken, Trissy? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits? Would that really be better? Like, are doves and bunny rabbits shooting out of your undergarments any better than a broom and a frozen chicken? They're all concealed in the same location and potentially emanating from the same locations. I don't think it improves things. Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick? You say panties, but they are so much more than that. For me, they are an object for serious study. I wonder... There's been a recent rash of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you? I'm sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spied a pair of panties flapping in the breeze, I thought maybe... And he goes off on a tangent. He was just... He's claiming that he was grabbing them because they might be the target. Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. You refer to our witness's other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but was in fact in the north. Indeed. Anyone care to explain why he lied about that? Be my guest, Hair Forehead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why, then, did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea? There's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right near where Mr. Stickler was standing, isn't there a... Mr. Justice, what say you? He's like, that would put him right next to the garbage bin where the other panties were found.
Take that!
The evidence that shows why he lied is this. More panties? How many panties are you carrying in your pocket, Hair Forehead? These are the last, honest. These were found in the trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't. Lass, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties. So these panties are your handiwork as well? That night, I had been chased, hounded into the Maractus Clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Do you see how I felt? Believe me, I'd rather not. I hid in the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girl works, I went towards the south entrance. I saw them hanging there on a clothesline at by a giant mansion. A giant pair of panties. Little Plum is a very large woman. Apparently, he didn't know those bloomers belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder. The murder of Dr. Maractus. I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me? That's when you disposed of the bloomers. It was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne. A fascinating, if disturbing, tale. This brings today's proceedings to a close. I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made. Namely, that the defendant, Waki Kitaki, was at the scene of the crime. And he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Waki Kitaki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant, Waki Kitaki, is still the prime suspect in this case. The only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else on the scene at the time. Yet a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple is yet to be explained. Court requests further investigation from both the defense and the prosecution. We know that there are slippers from the clinic that were in the park before they stepped in the paint next to the house, and that the paint was only there after 9 o'clock. So there is somebody else around the time that is associated with the clinic in some fashion. Request further investigation from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. I kind of get the impression that he's got a lot of the stereotypical Eastern European club goer / rocker accent. This brings the trial for the day to the close. Court is adjourned. Hey, good timing. Good timing indeed. Well, I think the quality of the Ace Attorney games is still holding up. We haven't had any scenario that is bad so far. There have been a couple where you are required to go through a series of steps that are long-winded for a very obvious logical conclusion. And there have been times in prior games where you are required to make a huge leap that isn't a good logical conclusion at the time. But we haven't hit that so far. And as long as that doesn't happen frequently, it still leaves the game in good shape. You know, we're not talking Danganronpa territory. So good times, good times. We will be trying something new tomorrow. I'm going to try pulling out Godot, a game development engine, essentially, and messing around with that. I wouldn't mind getting back into some coding. And then we will continue with our scheduled collaborations during the rest of the week, as well as some more Ace Attorney. Depending on how the week goes, the subsequent week's schedule will be different. So I hope everybody had a good night watching tonight. And I hope the rest of your evening is as good as well. Remember to like, follow, subscribe, whatever it is you need to do on the platform of choice, so that if you liked what you saw, you get to see more like it. So again, have a good night, everybody.